Senay. The first meeting of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Commission on Appointments in the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Roll call of members. Chairperson, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada. Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay. Representative Virginel G. Biron. Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano. Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito. Senator Francis Chis G. Escudero. Representative Albert S. Garcia. Representative Greg G. Gasataya. Senator Christopher Bong Go.
Present.
Representative Ramon N. Guico Jr., Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Lauren Legarda, Representative Oscar Oka G. Malapitan, Representative Rodante D. Marcoleta, Senator Amy R. Marcos, Representative Lani Mercado Revilla,
Present.
Representative Jose Gay G. Padiernos, Representative Johnny T. Pimentel, Senator Grace Poe,
Present.
Representative Hudin Jesus M. Romualdez, Representative Manuel T. Sagabarria,
Present.
Senator Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Representative Luis Raymond L. Ray Villafuerte Jr., Senator Cynthia A. Villar.
With 13 members physically present and 4 virtually present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. The chair acknowledges the presence of Senators Joseph Victor the Good One Ejercito, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Francis Tolentino, Senator Cynthia Villar, Senator Chis Escudero, Congressman Ramon Guico, Congressman Oka Malapitan, Congressman Johnny Pimentel, Congressman Rodante Marcoleta, Congressman Greg Gasataya, and those virtually present are wala na ako na-miss. Sorry. Congressman Ferge Biron. Sino isa? Abet. Ay, Congressman Abet Tolentino. Abet Garcia, I'm sorry. Good morning. This is the first confirmation hearing of the Commission on Appointments of the 19th Congress. On that note, the chair would like to welcome the new as well as the returning members of the Commission. This morning, the Committee on Foreign Affairs will consider and deliberate on the nominations of Antonio Manuel Revilla Lagdameo as permanent representative of the Republic of the Philippines to the United Nations, New York, United States of America, with a salary and emoluments of Chief of Mission Class 1, and Jose Manuel del Gallego Romualdez, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the United States of America, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Commonwealth of Jamaica, Republic of Haiti, Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Barbados, Dominica, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and Grenadines, and St. Lucia, with the salary and emoluments of Chief of Mission Class 1, and the ad interim appointment of Luis Enrique Austria Manalo Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Secretary Manalo and Ambassador Lagdameo are present in person, while Ambassador Romualdez is present online. Madam Secretary, please inform the committee on the compliance of the jurisdictional requirements regarding the nomination.
Mr. Chairperson, Your Honors, the appointee and nominees, Secretary Manalo and Ambassador Lagdameo and Ambassador Romualdez, have complied with the submission of complete mandatory documentary requirements pursuant general circulation on July 28, 2022, and broadcast over PTV4 on July 29, 2022, pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the new rules of the standing committees. The committee has received any opposition against any of the appointee and nominees under consideration. Also, Mr. Chairperson, Your Honors, your Secretariat received letters from the DFA, Human Resources Management Office, Marcos Jr. in the USA to attend the 77th UN General Assembly and to make necessary preparations in coordination with the White House's National Security Council and the Department of State on the possible bilateral meetings of the President. The request is also in line with austerity and safety measures in connection with COVID-19 pandemic. Ambassador Romualdez is attending today's confirmation hearing through video conference platform of the Commission on Appointments. He is currently within the premises of the Philippine Embassy in Washington, D.C. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we continue, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Alan Peter Cayetano and Senator Amy Marcos and Congressman Gadiernos. Since the floor leader is not present, may we request the Assistant Majority Floor Leader, Congressman Marcoleta?
Binasa na lahat to eh. Binasa na. Wala na, nabasa ka na.
Majority floor.
Nabasa ka na yan. Ha? Nasaan?
Mr. Chairman.
Chair, I move that the letters dated August 27, 2022 and August 30, 2022 of Ambassador Jose Manuel G. Romualdez and Ambassador Christopher B. Montero, respectively, requesting for the waiver of his personal appearance today for the reasons stated therein and as reported by the CA Secretary be approved. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Senator
It's not an objection because I've worked closely with Ambassador Romualdez, but as a general rule, especially because we career nominees for ambassador. So as a rule, we should not also excuse political appointees. But since Ambassador Babes is actually continuing and he's been confirmed before and doing a good job, I will not object. But secondly, Mr. Chair, may I ask after the confirmation hearing of Ambassador Lagdameo, if he can stay for 5 minutes when we're asking questions kay Secretary Manalo. I need 5 minutes executive session for just a very sensitive matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your manifestation is noted. So is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Madam Secretary, before that, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Majority Floor Leader, Congressman El Rey Villafuerte. Madam Secretary, please administer the oath to the appointee and the nominees.
Secretary Manalo, Ambassador Lagdameo, and Ambassador Romualdez, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? So help me God.
I did not hear their answers. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the appointee and the nominees are now under oath.
Thank you. You may now be seated. We shall start with the nomination of Ambassador Lagdameo, to be followed by Ambassador Romualdez, and finally with the ad interim appointment of Secretary Manalo. Ambassador Lagdameo, please take the seat in front of you. You will now proceed with your introductory statement, if any. Please turn on your mic.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Senator and Congressman, members of the of this commission appointments. Well, it is indeed an honor to appear again here before this august body. Well, at each appointment in the last 15 years, I have come before you for all of my assignments, and so it's always a distinct pleasure and honor to be able to face all of you and to at least show that we are still willing to serve and help our country in whatever way we can in the field of uh, for the
It's coming from the members of the commission. Senator Tiveros, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At magandang umaga po sa inyo, Ambassador. I just have a few questions this morning. First, on climate change. Based on the Global Climate Risk Index of 2020, the Philippines ranked the second most vulnerable country in the world affected by climate change, despite being one of the smallest contributors to carbon dioxide emissions. May we inquire about the status of and updates on the nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, and how will the good ambassador lead our country in securing commitments on climate change, as well as convincing the Philippine private sector to support our call?
well, on this matter, I must admit that I I had not yet been focusing on this matters because I was more involved with our foreign relations between, well, my last posting, UK and the Philippines. However, I can assure you that we will certainly exert all efforts to bring to the attention of the necessary authorities whatever programs have to be put into place so that we can help mitigate all of this deleterious effects of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also hope that the good ambassador will, given his background in the private sector, also lead the private sector of our country to support our calls about climate change mitigation more strongly. And for my la- on the UN Human Rights Council, the war on drugs, and the ICC. When the nominee was ambassador to the UK, there were statements attributed to him supporting the war on drugs. Now, and permanent representative, and considering that the ICC and the UN have a relationship agreement number 1272, with the latter recognizing the court as an independent permanent judicial institution, which, in accordance with Article, has international legal personality. Such legal capacity may be necessary for exercise of functions and the fulfillment of its purposes. The relationship agreement between the UN and the ICC states that the UN recognizes the court then permanent institution which has national personality. Legal capacities may be necessary for the exercise of its function. Thus, it is appropriate to each other. However, it is in March 2018, the former president announced that the Philippines would withdraw from the court, which withdrawal took effect a year later on 17th March 2019. Good ambassador, how should the country, the current administration, approach the investigation by the ICC of the so-called war on drugs of the past administration?
Well, I understand that the this matter, and of course, we defer to the decision of the president. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Yes, the decision enunciated by the president that the Philippines will not rejoin the International Criminal Court. However, DOJ Secretary Remulla stated that he was willing to provide information to the International Criminal Court, albeit out of courtesy, not compliance. Still, this seems to be a softening of the government's stance vis-a-vis the ICC's pending investigation into extrajudicial killings connected with the war on drugs. So, for my final question, Mr. Ambassador, under what circumstances do you see the Philippines status of a party to the Rome Statute?
I I would say up to the president, our current leadership, to make that decision. Of course, if any inputs are asked from us, uh, definitely we will contribute whatever inputs we can to help in his decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. And of course, I hope that those contributions will also be in the spirit of the good ambassador being our permanent representative to the UN, which has that special relationship with the ICC, and therefore under the ambit of the Rome Statute. The good ambassador will be one of the prime movers in maintaining and further enhancing our status as a member of the community of nations, a member of the community of shared values around the world, including human rights. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Ambassador. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Any other questions coming from the members of the commission? Majority Leader.
move to recommend to the plenary session for the commission to give its consent to the nomination of Antonio Manuel Revilla.
Before that, before regard
In relation to the question of Senator, is, Mr. The Human Rights City in the United States. And I think it has established a strong relationship with the UN Human Rights Council. I am trying to ask you whether or not, in your capacity as the permanent representative of the country to the United Nations, maybe you can do something to explain the circumstances obtaining in our country in relation to how we are perceived as a human rights violator, as being peddled by the international press. I'd like to believe that you are in a position to see to it that the world can see the Philippines in an objective manner. Or the world body in a manner that is consistent with your position, how this country values human rights in its entirety, and in that context, Mr. Ambassador.
Your Excellency, Your Honor, definitely we will exert all efforts to bring to the attention of the world at large, and especially this Human Rights Commission in New York. Also, the true circumstances prevailing, because as we are aware, there has been quite a bit of, I would say, misrepresentation or exaggeration of some of the so-called violations from our side, from the Philippine side. And definitely, we will exert all efforts to elucidate the parties concerned on this on the true facts regarding this matter here in the Philippines.
That will also be true with our problem in relation to the initiative of the ICC in connection with the alleged crimes committed by the former president. I believe in your capacity as permanent representative of our country in the United Nations, you will also be able to articulate our position that our courts are functioning in this country, and that because the courts are ready and are able to function, the complementary nature of the ICC will only apply in the absence of this. And we believe
To bring all of these matters to their attention and to clarify the situation as it exists here in our country. Definitely, our courts and the whole justice system here is working to the fullest to bring justice properly, to administer justice properly in this country. And we will certainly bring it to the attention of the world.
Mr. Ambassador, I browsed from the records that you had quadruple bypass sometime in 1995, and you had type 2 diabetes, and considering, with all due respect, that you are in advanced age already, can you tell this committee that you are still physically able to represent our country in such a very important position in the United Nations?
I would like to correct my quadruple bypass was in 1991. And my latest physical checkup has been, uh, my doctors have given me a clean bill of health. My diabetes has been under control for the last 12 years. And so I can assure you that I am still physically capable to do my job.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chair, just a
Congressman Villar.
manifestation, Mr. Chair.
Senator Cayetano.
Mr. Chair, just a manifestation since as a senator, I presented one of the presenters sa Universal Periodic Review sa Human Rights Commission, and as former DFA Secretary, spoke to many groups, human rights groups, and foreign ministers. First of all, I just like to put on the record, and for the information of our permanent representative to the UN, during President Aquino's time, there were 11 to 16,000 extrajudicial killings every year. That's on the record. But ang ginawa po nung former Secretary, former Senator De Lima, change nila yung definition ng extrajudicial. Kapag ka pinatay at walang kilalaman sa ideology or kaya kung siya'y religious or union, hindi na nila kinoconsider na extrajudicial. Kaya bumaba yung count ng extrajudicial killings during the Aquino time. Pagdating ng Duterte time, binalik nila yung definition na basta't napatay na hindi judicial, wala naman tayong death penalty nun, and as long as it's not because of natural causes, then automatically extrajudicial killing na siya, kaya lumobo. Having said that, it is a fact that the war on drugs or the campaign against drug produced casualties, but it is on both sides. Hindi pinapakita sa ating mga human rights advocates around the world yung mga biktima ng mga drug lord, yung mga biktima ng nagbebenta ng droga, at yung mga biktima ng drug lords versus drug lords. Finally, we did as a government, in the last government, invite many human rights groups to the Philippines. I personally had a good discussion with the former great Senator McCain, who's very close to some people in the Human Rights Watch. At ang simple lang sinabi ko, sir, the only problem of our president is yung pilit yung pinapadala, whether sila'y taga-UN or taga-human rights, ay nakapagsalita na. They're already prejudiced. Send someone who has an open mind and we will accept them. Ang problema, ang gusto nilang magpadala, yung meron ng judgment na i-release na yung findings nila na violators and etc. No? So the same thing for the Foreign Minister of Iceland, who spoke against us, led us against us sa Human Rights Commission. I asked for a personal meeting with him. I invited him to the Philippines. Hindi pumunta. So I just like to put that in because I don't want the burden to all fall to Secretary Manalo and to Ambassador Lagdameo, because it is our responsibility as a people, pati sa media, pati tayo na maging responsible. Ang problema, may mga grupo sa Pilipinas, wine-weaponize yung human rights at ginagamit to para siraan yung bansa. Now, do we have a problem with human rights? Do we have extrajudicial killings? Of course. Every single life is important. Having said that, we have to show them the whole picture and not only part of the picture. And I personally want President Marcos to continue the campaign against drugs because hindi naman pinapakita sa UN yung mga sanggol, yung mga bata, 8-year-old, nire-rape, pinapatay. dahil high yung mga pumapatay. So thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Alan. Senator Risa.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. I didn't realize we were going to review the human rights records of previous administration. So unfortunately, hindi ko po ma-validate yung bilang ng mga sinasabing uh, extrajudicial killings or specific types of human rights violations nung panahon ng isang dating administrasyon. It is also not fair, Mr. Chairman, to accuse a person who is not only absent from this hearing but in jail the past half decade for on charges na sa kabila nung tuloy-tuloy na pag-recant nung mga di umanong testigo laban sa kanya, is being held unjustly para akusahan siya na minamasahin niya ang definition of terms o ang mga bilang. I think the best thing that has been said so far this morning about human rights in this hearing ay bukod dun sa sinabi ni Ambassador na he will represent our country on the issue of human rights and other important issues and common values sa community of nations bilang ating permanent representative sa UN, ay yung in-acknowledge ko at in-appreciate na sinabi ni Secretary Remulla na kahit hindi out of compliance but out of courtesy, magpo-provide sila ng information sa International Criminal Court. I just want to make those few points of record also, Mr. Chairman, in this hearing, out of a sense of fairness. And I will place my confidence in the good ambassador to represent our country better and even better on the international stage on that very important issue of human rights. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Sir Chairman, sorry.
Thank
I
you,
just have to
Senator
correct
Torres.
that.
Senator Alan, before that, I would like to recognize the presence of our Senate President, Mig Subiri.
Sir Chairman, thank you
Senator
very
Ryan.
much. I just like to put on the record, there's no unfairness. There's no accusation. I'm not accusing former Secretary De Lima as stated by the lady senator. It is a fact. It is an official act of the Secretary and the DOJ to place that definition. Everything I said is on record in the UN Human Rights Commission. It is a formal submission. I've said that in this committee, in the Senate, many, many times. If you're a human rights advocate, dapat nasa top ng head mo yung mga numbers na to, di ba? And I didn't bring up human rights here. It was the good senator who brought it up. So I just want to set the record straight because this is part of a pattern na sinisiraan yung bansa natin na para bang pagka pulis, wala nang ginawang tama, papatayin na lang. Pagka Duterte, papatayin na lang lahat. So we have to set the record straight. May pagkakamali yung ibang mga pulis and they're facing prosecution now. Meron po talagang human rights violation din po yung mga drug lords na ayaw naman i-bring up. Meron talagang change of definition. I'm surprised that she doesn't know about this, but I'm not accusing Senator De Lima of that. That's a fact. It's in the records of the Senate. Nag-argue kami ni Senator De Lima sa Senate nung nag-hearing siya about this. So I'm just stating a fact. I'm not accusing anyone about anything. There's no unfairness here, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Alan.
Mr. Chair,
Can we please recognize Senator Ontiveros first? Senator Risa, do you want to respond?
Just briefly, Mr. Chairman, there's also no need to question credentials of colleagues. The one whom we are confirming today is the good ambassador, no one else. And people may aver certain facts, others may correct them. Well, the human rights community knows what is what. And again, gusto ko pong pahalagahan yung sinabi ni Ambassador, nakakatawanin nila ang ating bansa sa global stage on the issue of human rights. Gusto kong kilalanin at pahalagahan yung commitment ni Sec. Remulla. At gusto kong pahalagahan yung track record ni Sen. Leila, which I heard clearly was questioned. Salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Congressman Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, the only reason why the issue of human rights relate to the discussion today because of the important position of the appointee now present with us, I think we cannot take advantage of his position as the permanent representative to the United Nations, being the one in a position to deal with this in the global scale. The unfairness starts from the function of our own Human Rights Commission in this country, Mr. Chair, because as can be seen in their infographics, it seems to me that human rights can only be committed by state agents and state workers like policemen and military. That is not so, Mr. Chair. The Constitution is very clear. Even private armies and private persons can commit human rights violations. If only the Human Rights Commission in this country will redirect its orientation and include all people, because the Constitution says all forms of human rights violations. It's not only from state agents or state workers. Okay, pwede rin po kasing makapag-commit ang NPA, Abu Sayyaf, Di Mautigang, in Marawi, and all this. So, let's put it in proper perspective. It's not only the government personnel who can commit violations of human rights. This can be committed as well, even by private persons and private armies. Mr. Chair, for the record. Salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Marcoleta. Senator Risa, again.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Just last on this point, I concur with Representative Marcoleta. Kahit po yung mga non-state agents, may obligasyon sa human rights at accountable kapag lumabag sila sa human rights, as various non-state agents have done. At the same time, yung Estado po ang primary duty bearer at tayong lahat na nagtatrabaho sa Estado ay primary duty bearer din. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Any other questions coming from the commission? No more? Majority Floor Leader. Senator Bongo.
Short manifestation lang po, Mr. Chairman. Would like to express my sincerest appreciation and profound gratitude to the 3 officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs whose appointments will be confirmed and given consent to before us today for their outstanding contributions and unwavering commitment to the Filipino nation for advancing the country's independent foreign policy. Let me make of record my full support for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment. Though mamaya pa siya isasalang, si Secretary Enrique Manalo, Secretary of Foreign Affairs, nakasama ko po itong tatlo during the term of the former president. Naging acting secretary na po siya after Yasay, after Senator Alan, Secretary Alan, naging acting na rin po. So, ibig sabihin, talagang kabisado na niya po ang trabaho as Secretary of Foreign Affairs, who also served under then President Rodrigo Duterte as permanent representative to the United Nations. Secretary Manalo is recognized one of the finest and most distinguished diplomats in the history of foreign service, having served in the Foreign Service for 43 years, which only speaks of his competence and dedication to his craft. Further, the nomination of Ambassador Antonio Manuel Lagdameo as permanent representative of the Republic of the Philippines to the United Nations, New York, USA. Ambassador Lagdameo, who has roots in Davao, also held the position of Ambassador to the United Kingdom of Great Britain. Ito po yung panahon ni Pangulong Duterte, and Northern Ireland, in which he was credited for extending support to all Filipino nationals within the UK Embassy's jurisdiction and for his efforts in continuing bilateral relations with various British agencies. And sasama ko na lang po si Ambassador Romualdez para isa na lang. The nomination of Ambassador Jose Manuel del Gallego Romualdez as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the United States of America with concurrent jurisdiction over the Commonwealth of Jamaica, Republic of Haiti, Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Barbados, Dominica, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent, and Grenadines and St. Lucia. Ambassador Romualdez also served in the same post during the Duterte administration, Ambassador Romualdez played a vital role in facilitating the return of the Balangiga bells back to the Philippines and represented the country in the official turnover ceremony of the same. With that, once again, I would like to extend my full support to each and every one of you for your unparalleled service to the Filipino nation and our people, and for continuously ensuring the preservation of national interests of our country through diplomacy. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bongo. The chairman of the Commission on Appointments, the Senate President, is recognized.
Thank you very much to our chairman, Senator Estrada, for this committee. On the onset, I would like to just say, in the last confirmation hearing of our distinguished ambassador, when he was appointed to the Court of St. James as the ambassador of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, I was one of those, just like Senator Bongo, who seconded the nomination and gave also my manifestation of support. Nothing has changed since then. I have known this distinguished gentleman since I was a young boy. Magkaibigan po sila ng tatay ko. One of my closest friends of my mother is the wife of our distinguished ambassador. So I know them personally. Their character is unquestionable. And not to mention that he is also the father of a distinguished son, who is the most amiable member of the cabinet, and a dear friend as well, our SAP Secretary Anton Lagdameo. I say this in all honesty that he deserves the ambassadorial position, and I know he will do a tremendous job for the country. He always has the country at heart, and every action that he makes will represent us well in the halls of the United Nations. I, again, would like to place my full support to the ambassador and, of course, to his family. And I thank also Secretary Anton Lagdameo for joining us today. I know he has quite a busy schedule, but blood is thicker than water. And we appreciate that there's a full support of his family in this day's hearings. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman, my position has not changed. He is well equipped to represent the country in the United Nations. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Senate President. Are there any other manifestations? Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chair, having no more manifestation, inquiries, and clarification, I move to recommend to the plenary session for the commission to give its consent to the nomination of Mr. Antonio Manuel Revilla Lagdameo as permanent representative of the Republic of the Philippines to the United Nations, New York, United States of America, with the salary and emoluments of a Chief of Mission Class 1.
There is a motion to recommend to the plenary session for the commission to give its consent to the nomination of Mr. Antonio Manuel Revilla Lagdameo as permanent representative of the Republic of the Philippines to the United Nations, New York, United States of America, with the salary and emoluments of Chief of Mission Class 1. Is there any objection?
Mr. Chair, may this
Senator
representation have the honor of seconding the nomination by the Majority Leader of Ambassador Lagdameo to the United Nations.
Thank
He is
you.
more than qualified and eminent for the position. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Legarda. There is a motion and duly seconded by Senator Legarda. Any objection? There being none, the same is hereby approved. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Next in line is Ambassador Jose Manuel del Gallego Romualdez. Ambassador Romualdez, are you with us?
Yes, Senator. Thank you very much.
Do you have an introductory statement, Ambassador?
Well, first of all, Senator Jinggoy, thank you very much for allowing me to appear virtually in this August body. And I'd like to thank the members of this distinguished commission for considering my nomination as ambassador to the United States. It is a great honor for me to continue to serve our country here in the United States. And I certainly look forward to working with members of Congress and the Senate on any other issue that we may have regarding our relationship with the United States. So again, I'd like to thank all the members of the Commission on Appointments for giving me this opportunity to be considered as the nominee as a continued ambassador to the United States. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ambassador. Are you now ready to accept the questions from the Commission?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
Any other questions coming from the Commission? Senator Disa?
Salamat, Mr. Chair, and good morning or good evening to the good ambassador.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. I just have a few questions on three topics for the good ambassador. First, the ambassador remains as the Philippine ambassador to the U.S. following the president's appointment, as he was previously appointed during the previous administration in 2017. May the good ambassador inform the committee regarding the pending and new agenda on strengthening Philippine-U.S. ties, as well as pressing issues that require immediate attention. Considering that he is the Philippine ambassador to the U.S. since 2017 and has witnessed the transition, are there any significant changes from the Trump to the Biden administrations regarding our ties that the body must be aware of?
Well, thank you, Senator. Yes, I think our relationship with the United States is probably at its best right now, and I would like to give credit to former President Duterte because his brand of foreign policy, as far as the independent foreign policy is concerned, has reverberated well here in Washington, D.C., in the sense that we are not going to be taken for granted and are not being taken for granted by the United States. This is very important for us, and I think that kind of attitude towards us is very important for us now, and I think the administration of President Marcos will be able to enjoy that kind of relationship that we have now with the United States. There are not too many pending matters really between our two countries. One of the main ones, of course, is our continuing visiting forces agreement and the EDCA, all of which will be continued, and that also we have other exercises and other plans for our military alliance with the United States. But one important matter that I think President Marcos has made it clear to us is that he would like to increase our economic ties with countries like the United States and the Philippines, mainly because he believes that the economy of the world is at stake, especially after this pandemic. We all need to recover from it, and I think the global economy is very important, and that the United States will be able to play a major role, especially in our economic ties with the United States. So that was sort of like the marching orders I got from the president, that we will now increase our economic activity between our two countries.
Thank you, Ambassador. Since the ambassador mentioned increasing our economic ties with the U.S., I'll jump to my last question before moving back to my second question on the economy. First, Ambassador. The United States and some countries of Western Europe recently imposed sanctions on Russia in connection with its invasion of Ukraine. And you yourself stated, good ambassador, that it was prudent during the previous administration for the former president to approve the cancellation of a military procurement with Russia because, quote, it can save us a lot of trouble, close quote. Do you think, good ambassador, that economic sanctions are an effective tool in the realm of international diplomacy?
Well, it really depends. Clearly, what is happening right now in Ukraine is a main factor of why the sanctions are being implemented by most Western countries. And definitely, I think it was prudent for us to simply look at that in our own interest. As you know, our financial system will definitely be affected. This was manifested or even mentioned by our former Secretary of Finance, who clearly warned that if these sanctions were to take place, our financial system will be affected, and therefore remittances coming from our overseas workers will be severely affected by this. But there are many other factors outside of that sanction. And I think one particular aspect that we have to remember is that these sanctions will mean that Russia will not be able to produce the helicopters that we ordered because there are many parts that will be coming from Western countries. It is so therefore, I think in the end, we will not be able to get these helicopters with the way we were supposed, if we had proceeded in getting them or continued the procurement of these helicopters.
Thank you, Ambassador. And similarly, there's an ongoing trade war between the United States and China, which is part of a larger conflict for, it seems, global dominance between competing political and economic systems. So how do you think, Ambassador, that the Philippines should navigate those microeconomic headwinds caused by the ongoing struggle for supremacy between the US and China, aside from the conflict in Eastern Europe?
I think it's, I would call it more like tailwinds because these two countries are competing for countries, especially in the Asian region, and we are competing actually with other countries in the ASEAN region, specifically Vietnam, Thailand, and Indonesia, in getting more economic, economic activity between these two countries, two major countries. So it'll be to our advantage, as a matter of fact, the way I look at it. I think we'll be able to navigate this by simply offering these two countries more incentives and more opportunities for them to grow our economic ties between, so that it'll benefit us more than anything else.
I agree, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you. So to my last question on hate incidents against Filipinos in the USA. The Philippine Consulate General in New York recently advised the Filipino community in and those visiting New York City to remain vigilant after a 74-year-old Filipino woman was randomly punched while walking along Madison Avenue in Midtown Manhattan on 24th August. In July, an 18-year-old tourist from Cebu was beaten up near the Philippine Center in Manhattan, and a 51-year-old Filipino was verbally assaulted and harassed. In March this year, two elderly Filipinos were assaulted by a homeless individual in Manhattan and beaten unconscious and robbed by another homeless individual at a fast food store on 7th Avenue. There have been these reports regarding hate crimes against Filipinos in the US. May I inquire from the good ambassador how the embassy is coordinating with law enforcement authorities in the US regarding this matter? And in addition, how the ambassador will further promote the rights and welfare of the entire Filipino community, the families of the victims and of the Filipinos in the US?
Well, Senator, I think clearly these Asian hate crimes has been around in the United States, particularly during this time, during the pandemic, where there were a lot of people who were actually jobless. Nonetheless, we have sent diplomatic notes to the State Department, especially during the height of all of this last year. And in fairness to the Biden administration, they reacted immediately, and they have not only were they able to pass a bill in making federal law regarding hate crimes, but also increased their law enforcement agencies, specifically in New York. In New York, at the height, they had undercover agents in the subways and in the streets of New York, especially in areas where there are many of these incidents that happen. There is still, of course, a lot to be done. We are working with other communities, other Asian communities here in the United States, and coordinating with them and how we can best serve our constituents, and working with the government of the United States. The best thing really is that we have to be very vigilant, and I've instructed all our consulates, specifically in New York, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, and even here in Washington, D.C., that every time something like this happens, we immediately find out exactly what happened, and that some of this actually is it's random, as you mentioned, and it doesn't necessarily mean it was because of a hate crime, but because it was somebody who was homeless and perhaps mentally impaired. But I can assure you that our embassy and our consulates are doing everything we can to make sure that our Filipinos will be vigilant and safe.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I agree. It may not each of these incidents may not have been specifically a hate crime, but it's just worth noting that these have taken place in the context of maybe, as you mentioned, the additional stresses of the pandemic, the recession, even in such a strong economy as the U.S., and maybe feelings of resentment of the most vulnerable in the American population against those who may seem like outsiders or others or immigrants. So also in that larger context. So maraming salamat po to the good ambassador also for engaging these questions and sharing more about these issues with our committee. And I wish him the best as he continues to represent our country in the United States. Salamat po. At salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you,
Risa.
Senator. Thank you, Senator.
One question, Ambassador.
Yes,
How
sir.
is how is our relationship with the United States as compared to the last administration?
Well, as I said, I think what President Duterte did was to really clearly send a message to our allies that we cannot be taken for granted. And I think that that one is now going to be to the advantage of our current administration of President Marcos, because the United States now treats us in a different manner to a certain extent. I think they know that there are many things that we need to work on and that to improve our relationship. And I've felt that, especially here in Washington, D.C., where whenever we would call attention on matters that we feel is important, they would attend to it as well as they could. And of course, as you could see, there have been quite a number of high-level visits coming from the United States. And I'm hoping that when the president comes to the United States on a official or state visit here in Washington, D.C., we will be able to improve that even better. So generally, I would say that our relationship now is not only stable, but perhaps even stronger than it ever was.
Thank you, Ambassador. Senator Cayetano.
Mr. Chairman, just two quick requests. And of course, I'd like to congratulate Ambassador for doing a great job, and I'm sure he'll continue to do a great job. One request is just to look into the immigration policies regarding Filipinos. While it's true that officially the U.S. will say that they have a one immigration policy towards everyone, but we do know that countries that are surrounding the U.S., like with Mexico and other Latin American countries. We also know that during the time of President Obama, certain countries in Africa and in the Middle East, got a lot of preference dun sa mga political asylum. Kaya when you go around some areas that are a melting pot, makikita mo yung immigration status ng mga iba, magaganda na yung kanilang immigration status. Pero sa Pilipino, marami pa ring TNT, and then marami pa rin issues. I know you've been handling it one by one, but maybe there's something, and if the Senate can help, to really have a push, no, for Filipino Americans. Especially we have a dual citizenship law. And so it's okay to be both Filipino and American. The second request, Mr. Chair, is if the ambassador can stay. We have just a 5-minute executive session later on, just about a sensitive matter that I think between our nominee for the Secretary of DFA, Ambassador, and the two ambassadors will be of great help on this issue. Thank you, and again, congratulations in advance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Arlan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Alan. Are there any other manifestations or questions? Congressman Morcoleta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ambassador, it's always good to hear that our relationship with the United States is stronger and stable. and I heard you a while ago that the relationship is at its best. Maybe we can take advantage of this condition, Mr. Ambassador, in relation to the economic difficulties that our country uh, is in it. For example, I recall in mid-June, the ambassador of Russia visited our then incoming president, President Marcos, and he personally offered Russia's oil to us directly. But I think is quite quibbling in that offer, considering the sanctions of the United States. You know that we are net importer of oil, Mr. Ambassador, as well as grains, and Russia is rich in oil and grains. These are the commodities that our country very much needs in these times. Um, not to mention, of course, you mentioned about the military helicopters that the country intended to procure from Russia, but I think the contract was aborted, again because of the sanctions. So there seems to be an irony, Mr. Ambassador. We are at its best in relations, but the sanctions are not working in our favor. It seems that we are losing the opportunity of getting what we need to get to make our people more comfortable at these most trying times. How do you think we can navigate on those sanctions, Mr. Ambassador, and still get what we need in relation to uplifting the economy of our country?
Well, thank you for that question, Congressman. Well, I can tell you that there are ways of being able to go around it to a certain extent, but as you know, the sanctions that are being imposed on Russia right now is clearly coming from the Western world. But there are exemptions to this. Some other countries, like India, for instance, has some exemptions, and other countries. And I think that I've already mentioned this to several congressmen and senators here in the United States, and told them that at some point in time, if we really need to import oil being offered to us by countries like Russia and other countries that may not be in the good side of the United States, then we have no choice but to do so. But we have not yet come to that point at this time. There are also things that we also have to credit the United States that at the time when we needed them the most, especially during the pandemic, they came through with the vaccines. They have given us a total of 35 million doses of vaccines worth more than $350 million. This is really something that our people really needed, and I would like to again express my appreciation to the White House specifically for facilitating these vaccines to come to the Philippines, and also many other not, I wouldn't want to call it aid, but help that they were able to give us, especially during the time when we need them, especially during typhoons and all of this, and a lot of others. I have here, in fact, a long list of what they've been able to do for us over the past 5 years alone. And I think that overall, as I said, they have done a lot in terms of being a good ally. At the same time, we want to make it clear to them that we do not take them for granted, just as we don't want them to take us for granted. So we are trying to keep that relationship on that basis. We don't want to go to the U.S. Congress and keep on asking for aid. We offer to buy some of the equipment that our military needs. We're not asking for hand-me-downs. We're prepared to pay this, and I think that that's also been made clear to the people here in Washington, D.C.
Mr. Ambassador, we are thankful for the vaccines, but that is one, but the oil is another.
Yes, of
Oil
course.
impacts our lives, our economy. We need to grow very, very rapidly in order to recover from the pandemic. And the grains is very important. We are net importer of grain. Yung pandesal po, napapamahal na talaga. Not to mention the increasing prices of basic commodities. Kung yung pong sanction ang nagiging problema, I'd like to believe that you can utilize your access to the U.S. capital to maybe go around this and make the interest of the country above all interest, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes, Congressman. I'd like to just point out, Congressman, that as far as the grains and the oil is concerned, the United States is doing its part by going to the Middle East countries in supplying oil to the world, not only for the Philippines, but to the world, and increasing their production. And as far as the grains are concerned, as you know, they used Turkey was the broker, so to speak, between Russia and Ukraine in allowing these grains to be exported out. They're doing all sorts of things to be able to ease up on all of these of this very important commodities that the world needs. And I think that we support that kind of initiative being taken by the United States. Thank you, sir.
Congressman?
Thank you.
Before that, I would like to recognize the presence of Congressman Romualdo. Are you done, Congressman Marcoleta? The Senate President is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my dear colleague. Just a few questions, Ambassador. I didn't really want to raise questions on your appointment. You know, I fully support you. I've had discussions with several instances with several embassy officials, U.S. embassy officials, and they really laud your efforts to strengthen the partnership between the Philippines and the United States. But in the light of our cancellation of helicopters, for defensive use from Russia, I think a total of 16 helicopters were canceled. Can the United States step up to the plate and also replace that particular equipment that we need very, very, very much for our soldiers in the battlefield? Especially these were used for medical evac and support. You know that our soldiers are always under constant threat due to internal forces. And we want to make sure that our allies, like the United States, can help us also when it comes to the purchase of defense equipment. I know there's preferential treatment to certain allies. For example, I recently visited Singapore, and Singapore has the most, I'd say, modern planes, helicopters coming from the United States arsenal. I am sure they bought it from these United States defense equipment manufacturers. Could we do the same, Ambassador? Could you help our country in the new administration be able to have the access to add to our, of course, the equipments for our armed forces, to be able to assist them in their day-to-day activities, not only on internal threats, but also external threats? Because you know very well that there are neighbors, big neighbors around our region that are slowly encroaching into certain areas, and we need the equipment to do that. We cannot have planes that cannot reach Scarborough Shoals and have to be refueled halfway. We need ships that be able to patrol our archipelagos. And we look at you, Ambassador, as someone who can help us, as already reiterated by Congressman Marcoleta, as the lead person in the United States to make this possible. Your comments, Ambassador.
Mr. Chair, before the ambassador answers that, may I add, Mr. Ambassador, that our country already paid 2 billion pesos as down payment to Russia in connection with that scrap contract to procure 16 military helicopters. Considering that we will be unable to maybe retrieve that huge amount, it's 2 billion pesos, Mr. President. as the lead contact in the U.S. Capitol, Mr. Ambassador, maybe you you can do as much in order for us to at least compensate for the loss of 2 billion. I don't think Russia will return that money to us. And considering that we need those military aircrafts, maybe you can sound off the U.S. Capitol, the Washington, Mr. Ambassador, that we need those aircraft, and we can no longer retrieve the money that we paid the Russia for 2 billion pesos. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Congressman
Congressman.
Marcoleta.
Thank you,
Ambassador,
Congressman.
you can now respond.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Congressman Marcoleta and Senate President Subiri. Well, on as far as the helicopters are concerned, we have already taken this up with the Pentagon officials, specifically Secretary Austin, especially during the visit of former Secretary Lorenzana, and we did mention that we need to have a replacement for this heavy lift helicopters that we were ordering from Russia. And the Secretary Austin, indicated that they will find a way to be able to help us on that. From what I am told, that they are offering an additional 13 or 14 Black Hawk helicopters that will be upgraded to be able to carry heavy. They're upgraded to a heavy lift type of helicopters. Our military, our Defense Department is looking into that right now. And on the legal issue of being able to get back the $38 million that we paid as down payment for the Russian helicopters, I have given the idea to Secretary Manalo that perhaps we can look at asking the Russian government to give us other things outside of military hardware. Perhaps, as you mentioned, oil. We don't know, but perhaps things that we can get, arms, perhaps for our police, or other material that we can get from them as a replacement for the $38 million. This, of course, will take some effort on our part, but because we do still have foreign relations, good relationship with Russia, although we're very much against, of course, the war in Ukraine, but we want to be able to see whether that is something that we can explore and get back at least a portion of that $38 million that we paid as a down payment. And again, just to reiterate what Senate President Subiri said, that the United States will give us or help us in our modernization of our armed forces. They are already on stream on that one. It's really a question of funding, of course. Even if this funding is more or less considered to be special in nature, we still need quite a lot of funds, especially for the procurement of the F-16 fighter jets that we have been looking at for the past 3 years now. And hopefully we'll be able to afford to be able to buy about a dozen of these F-16s down the road.
Yeah, I forgot to ask that as well, Ambassador. If you don't mind, how's the development of the purchase of those F-16s? I know you've been working on that for several years now. Are we anywhere closer to making it happen, Ambassador?
Yes, I've gone to the Lockheed headquarters, and I've met with Lockheed on many occasions, and they're trying every way they can to be able to fit into the budget that we mentioned to them. Hopefully, with the new administration now, we will be able to look into a longer term payment that can fit into the budget that was a program for the purchase of these F-16 fighter jets.
Also, the necessary equipment to arm the F-16 fighter jets, Your Honors, because I know it's been a while since the United States has shared with us high technology defensive equipment. It's the air-to-air missiles and if possible, surface-to-air missiles, anti-ship missiles. We've been actually buying these equipment right now, Ambassador, from other countries like India and Israel. and we're hoping that our number one ally under the Mutual Defense Treaty can share that technology as well to their little brother in the West, which is the Philippines. Are we making strides in that, Ambassador?
Yes, we are. Actually, they are in fact helping us with their allies like Israel. They've encouraging Israel to supply us with some of this high tech arms equipment that Israel produces under license from the United States. So it's an ongoing, should we say, an ongoing discussion on all of these matters, and it's part and parcel of our defense alliance with the United States. We have a 10-year vision that we are looking at on our bilateral relationship with the United States, and one of the main points there is precisely to modernize the armed forces of the Philippines.
Last question, Ambassador. It's more geopolitical. In light of recent events with Taiwan and mainland China, wherein tensions have grown and risen to heated levels. What is your current outlook on a possible outbreak of hostilities between the United States or Taiwan and China, and of course, possible participation of the United States in that conflict, which of course would invoke the Mutual Defense Treaty. And correct me if I'm wrong, if one country is attacked, the other country must support under the Mutual Defense Treaty. What is the current sentiments in Washington, that you being there, on a possibility of an outbreak? Because this is too close for comfort, too close for comfort. We have a colleague here who's from Ilocos Norte, Senator Marcos, and she's just a speedboat away to one of the areas that are possible jet ski distance to one of the areas. Your thoughts on that, Ambassador, because you will be first, of course, in line there to know about these events and hopefully forewarning us of such possible eventuality.
Well, I think the United States obviously does not want to have that kind of conflict, and neither do we, and neither do many other countries. We are using our relationship with the other ASEAN countries, and I think we've already manifested this to both the United States and China to lower the tension between these two countries. And I think we will continue to work with our ASEAN neighbors and friends to pressure to a certain extent on lowering this type of potential conflict between these two great powers. Of course, the United States is very much, I would say, very concerned also about what is happening between China and the relationship with Taiwan. And I think that there is a plan for President Biden to meet with President Xi in person sometime before the end of this year. And hopefully that kind of dialogue will lower the tension that's already existing right now between these two countries.
Thank you, Ambassador. Maybe we can help take the lead as well for the ASEAN. I've met with some officials from the U.S. Embassy, and basically what they would like to see is the Philippines take the lead also in forming we already have an alliance, but forming an aligned position that there should be no outbreak of hostilities within the region. That will be catastrophic for all members of the ASEAN, knowing fully well that the sea lanes on the West Philippine Sea lead to the ASEAN region. I think we can take the lead of that, Ambassador, and you have our support in the Senate, and let's support the President. Maybe he can come up with a bigger geopolitical role in this particular issue. I think he
Yes.
can do it. With the mandate that's given to him by 31 million Filipinos, I think we can take that lead, Ambassador. What do you think?
Yes, absolutely. I totally agree with you, Senator Miggs, that President Marcos can play a major role in the ASEAN region. As a matter of fact, in my conversation with him, I encouraged him to really visit all the ASEAN countries at the soonest possible time, of which I think he's going to do so next week, starting with Indonesia and Singapore. And of course, he will attend the ASEAN in Cambodia, or I'm sorry, in Thailand. And so all of this is an indication that we, the Philippines, will play a major role in leading the ASEAN into what we want to have, peace and stability in our region.
Thank you, Ambassador. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, the ambassador is highly competent, overqualified. As a matter of fact, he is one of the best ambassadors, and he represents the Philippines very well. And he's well loved by the people in Washington. And I hope and pray that we can confirm his appointment as soon as possible. Time.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Senate
Thank you.
President. Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question to the good ambassador, Ambassador Babes. The other day, U.S. Coast Guard midget, cutter midget arrived in Manila, and it appears that we're prepared to have a joint, for the first time, joint Coast Guard, Philippine-U.S. Coast Guard exercise within the vicinity of the West Philippine Sea. My question, Mr. Ambassador, is this going to be an institutionalized exercise similar to Balikatan, or is just a one-done exercise, Mr. Ambassador?
Well, we have been exploring that possibility of making this a regular exercise as part of our agreement with the United States. They've actually been asking us this for a very long time, and I have indicated to President Marcos and also to Secretary Manalo that perhaps this is something that we should seriously look at, because anyway, at the end of the day, our alliance with the United States is there, and it is something that we need to work with down the road in terms of securing our borders. So these exercises are still part and parcel of our mutual defense treaty and our visiting forces agreement. So I don't see any harm in it, and I think it will also help us in making our Coast Guard more attuned to the time, so to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I support you in that endeavor. Perhaps you may think of having that done quarterly, not just yearly, because Coast Guard activities are civilian in nature. And I understand that this will involve search and rescue operations exercises. So congratulations for that initiative, Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, pahabol na request lang po. The good ambassador mentioned something very interesting, that there is a 10-year vision of Philippine-U.S. relations, including in relation to AFP modernization. Could the ambassador possibly share a copy of that 10-year vision with our committee so that we can also see how we could from each of our houses, support it in terms of policy formulation?
Yes, I will definitely ask our Foreign Affairs Department, specifically our Office of American Affairs, if they could share that with all of the members of the Senate.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Ambassador. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Senator Ejercito.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to ask Ambassador, in line with the questioning of our Senate President regarding the acquisition of military hardware, probably you can recall some during the past administration, because of disagreements in certain issues. We were supposed to acquire Bell 412s, no, as a replacement for the outmoded and Vietnam era UH-1s. And we were able to acquire already about 12 or 16 units. But the succeeding orders was blocked by U.S. Congress. So I'd just like to ask Mr. Ambassador, has been there any efforts, no, to fix the relationship with Congress so that we can again acquire this hardware? Because I would think, I'm not biased, but for interoperability and practical purposes, we have already existing Bell 412s, that so that we will have the same technicians, pilots. So have there been any efforts on your part to improve the relationship with the U.S. Congress?
Well, we've been, of course, spending a lot of time with the U.S. Congress, especially before the pandemic, and we will continue to do so in the coming months ahead. I'm not quite aware of the Bell helicopters because we have been in constant touch with the Pentagon in the procurement of additional Black Hawk helicopters, and there is no such ban coming from the U.S. Congress in the sale of these helicopters. So, and Bell, obviously, I think perhaps Senator JB, you may be talking about Bell helicopters, which is also being manufactured in Canada. I think President Duterte canceled this Bell helicopters when Canada was questioning many issues surrounding the administration's policy on the drug war. So I'm not aware if there is anything here in the United States in banning the sale of Bell helicopters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. I hope that we can really improve the relationship so that we can acquire equipment that is really worth it now, because we are not a rich country. So every peso counts. So I'm sure that with your personality and character, I'm sure that you will really do a good job as ambassador to the United States. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hercito. Any other members of the commission who wishes to
Chair,
propound some questions? Congressman Marcoleta.
Mr. Ambassador, just a follow-up question coming from the information relayed by Senator Tolentino on the Philippine and U.S. Coast Guards making or doing these balikatan or exercises. Do you think it is timely? Because I think 3 or 4 days ago, a high-ranking representative from China, I think he is the highest minister of the international department. He visited the Philippines. His name is Liu Jianchao, and he offered his country's assistance to the Philippines in 4 areas like infrastructure, energy, agriculture, and people-to-people relations. So the exercises, the intended exercises, if this can be institutionalized between the U.S. and the Philippines, might run counter to that initiative being offered by China, which is beneficial to our country, particularly in the area of energy. Maybe President Xi Jinping will see it as a counter move on the part of the United States vis-a-vis their offer of assistance to our country. How will you navigate these turbulent waters, Mr. Ambassador?
Well, Congressman, I think clearly, as I've said, our relationship with both of these countries is very important to us, and we will do what is best for our country. China recognizes that we do have a mutual defense treaty with the United States. We have a visiting forces agreement in place, and it is something that is internally, in our view, good for the country. Now, if the offer of all of this assistance in the energy and infrastructure coming from China, I think we can always clearly state to them that we are prepared to work with them on the economic front, and we would like to have a good relationship as far as that's concerned. I don't think we certainly do not want a country to dictate to us on what we want to do as far as our defense posture is concerned. And we certainly do not also want to intervene in other countries when they have other issues or things that they have done as far as relationships, for instance, with the relationship with China and Russia, for instance. It is something that's internal to them, and we have nothing to do with that. So to me, it's important for us to always look at everything on what is best for our country first, and secondly, what would be good for the relationship that we can have with 2 countries. And there is no such thing as a free lunch. I've always believed in that. You can't have your cake and eat it too with relationships. We have to make a choice sometimes, and a choice that is best for our country, which is paramount. I think that is the most important thing in anyone's mind. And in my mind, that is what I do here in Washington, D.C. Whatever is good for our country is what I do. And anything else comes secondary.
Thank you and good luck, Mr. Ambassador.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman.
Thank
Chairman.
you. Thank you,
Mr. Chair-
Congressman Marcoletas.
Chairman.
Senator Alan? Senator Francis?
Mr. Chairman, just as a follow-up to what Congressman Marcoleta mentioned a while ago, the word timely is indeed timely because the Coast Guard, U.S. Coast Guard activities here slated for next week is for search and rescue. And we have a super typhoon entering the Philippine area of responsibility. And I think the U.S. Coast Guard activity together with the Philippine Coast Guard will be of great help, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record.
Thank you, Francis. Senator Francis Tolentino. I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Grace Poe. Senator Alan?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'd reserve my question as a follow-up then and thank, I was going to say Senator Congressman Marcoleta for that insight, but I will reserve it for the executive session. But I was going to thank Ambassador Romualdez for not only fixing the relationship in the U.S. Congress, because I saw the teamwork between Senator JV and Chairman Estrada. So thank you for also being a part of fixing the relationship in the Philippine Senate. Very good teamwork.
Thank you, Senator Alan. Are there any other questions coming from the commission? Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. Chairperson, since there are no more questions, I move to recommend to the plenary session for the commission to give its consent to the nomination of Mr. Jose Manuel del Gallego Romualdez. Incidentally, sir, the Del Gallego, there's a Del Gallego town in the province of Camarines Sur, and there is a former governor. So we highly recommend the nomination as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the United States of America with concurrent jurisdiction over the Commonwealth of Jamaica, Republic of Haiti, Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Barbados, Dominica, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and Grenadines, and St. Lucia with the salary and emoluments of a Chief of Mission Class 1. Mr. Chair.
I would like to, Mr. Chairman, I would like to second the nomination of our distinguished ambassador. As I said, is overly qualified for the post. He's doing a great job, and we need him to continue his work there. Congratulations, Ambassador.
Thank you. There is a motion by the Majority Floor Leader and seconded by the Senate President to recommend it to the plenary session for the Commission to give its consent to the nomination of Mr. Jose Manuel del Gallego Romualdez as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the United States of America with concurrent jurisdiction over the Commonwealth of Jamaica, Republic of Haiti, Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Barbados, Dominica, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and Grenadines, and St. Lucia, with the salary and emoluments of a Chief of Mission Class 1. Is there any objection? There being none, the same is hereby approved. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Majority Floor Leader?
Kenya, that's gotta be.
May we request Secretary Manalo to take this front seat? Before that, may I request Ambassador Romualdez to keep on monitoring the proceedings since we still have an executive session. Secretary Manalo, do you have any introductory statement?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make some brief remarks. First, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the commission, it's a great honor to be here this morning in front of you to enable me to present to you in a very broad way some of my ideas. It confirmed the Secretary of Foreign Affairs. But first, let me say I'm deeply honored to have been nominated by the President as Secretary of Department of Foreign Affairs, an institution to which I have dedicated more than 40 years of my professional life, serving alongside the finest members of civil service. The President's decision to appoint a career official as Secretary of Foreign Affairs is, I believe, a vote of confidence by the highest leadership of the Philippine government in the career corps. I'm therefore grateful to have been given this singular opportunity to lead our esteemed department in helping the President craft, instrument, and sustain a truly independent foreign policy. Under my watch as Secretary of Foreign Affairs, the Department of Foreign Affairs will do its part in steering our country towards pandemic recovery, mitigating and adapting to the impacts of climate change, managing with the cooperation of and assistance of our international partners, security flashpoints both on land and sea. The President has made his foreign policy very clear. The Philippines will navigate through these challenges to ensure its national interests are protected and advanced while continuing to maintain good relations with the international community and our partners. In support of the administration's transformative post-pandemic economic agenda, the Department of Foreign Affairs will continue to revitalize and broaden our international engagements in priority areas such as food and energy security, supply chain resilience, and innovation and digitalization, among others. As one of the most disaster-prone countries in the world, the Philippines continues and will continue to call for bolder collective action against climate change. On the issue of West Philippine Sea and the South China Sea, the Department of Foreign Affairs will faithfully execute the President's marching orders not to surrender even a single inch of our territory and to continue to defend our sovereignty and sovereign rights and interests in that area. But we want to maintain the South China Sea as a sea of peace, security, stability, and prosperity, which can only be realized through a rules-based legal order in the oceans. In this regard, we will continue to uphold the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea and the 2016 Arbitral Award. The Philippines also will remain a leading voice in international migration governance. The President also underscored the key role of the department through the DFA in taking care of our fellow Filipinos abroad, as well as fostering patriotism and national pride among Filipino overseas communities. Extending assistance to our nationals abroad will still be a central work of the DFA, even as our mandate is being redefined vis-a-vis that of the newly established Department of Migrant Workers. The DFA is also determined to keep on improving its delivery of consular services as the demand for them soars, especially in the post-pandemic period. Organizational development is also at the top of my mind, and I intend to push for policies and reform within the Department of Foreign Affairs that will make it more effective, more efficient, and more capable to deliver on our mandate. Mr. Chair, honorable members of the Commission, entrusted with this grave and noble task of leading the women and men of the Department of Foreign Affairs, I will do my utmost to ensure that all of us in the DFA will continue to go above and beyond to protect and enhance our national security, attain economic development for our people, and promote their rights and welfare wherever they may be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Manalo. Are you ready to accept questions coming from the commission?
Yes, please.
Mr. Chair.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The task, function, and responsibility of the Secretary of DFA is enormous, Mr. Secretary. One grave concern of our countrymen is that of it takes a very long time to make an appointment. They have to wait so long, line up during, kahit mainit, umuulan. I would just like to hear from the secretary his plan, timetable, and commitment in fixing this major issue of our countrymen?
Thank you. In fact, in some cases, the setting of appointment has also taken a certain amount of time. But again, Honorable Member, I think that that is certainly an issue, which is also, I've said that we should also look at and try to address, really to cut down the time in terms of our overall goal to improve the efficiency of delivery of service. So that also is one of the things that we will be looking at. And I encourage also that we could also be in regular touch to find out how we're doing. And that's, and I've made that an important part of my my promise to see how we can improve these services to our people.
Are you familiar with what's happening right now, that it's actually easier to course the application of a passport through a travel agent as against going straight to the DFA? It seems that going through a travel agency is faster. And, I'm just wondering, why is it faster where the Filipino people will pay more for such an application?
Again, that's something we are trying also to address because by trying to improve our services, hopefully there will be less reliance on the travel agencies and people can rely more through the regular process. And also at the same time, in so doing, not have to wait as long as the case is now. But I assure you, these are certainly tasks that we are looking at. And what you have mentioned is certainly a problem that we're well aware of.
And sir, my humble appeal, sir, aside from the long lines in the DFA and ASEANA, may we request that you have an extra special lane for the elderly, the disabled, the children. Sometimes I pass by when it's raining and under the heat of the sun, and these senior citizens, young people are just lining up just for an application. I humbly appeal that you give them priority in terms of processing, in terms of the waiting line, in terms of shortening the process, sir.
Yes, I think we discussed last night, and I already will give instructions that on that very important idea of trying to make those special lanes available. We have some already for senior citizens, but the other disadvantage you mentioned, I certainly will, in fact, instruct
Thank
the
you,
student
sir. We
caucus.
discussed this last night,
Yes.
but for purposes of the public hearing, your commitment, sir,
Yes.
I asked the question again in this committee deliberation, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Congressman Sagarbaria.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, this is new to you, being the Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs. So how do you envision yourself, or how do you envision the department within the next 3 years under your leadership?
Well, under my leadership for the next 3 years, or hopefully even beyond, would be to have, as I mentioned, a more resilient, a service-oriented, and astute foreign service. And I will try to increase the professionalism in the approach to issues and problems, and to try our best in developing some kind of a spirit where we can help the country, but at the same time take pride in our professionalism, in the fact that we are trying to help the country. And I will try and instill that spirit in the department. And I see the department also as playing an important role, not only here in the country, but also our Foreign Service Corps, playing an important role to enhance the Philippine image and the Filipino, to project the Filipino abroad through various means, through our embassies and through our dealings with the Filipinos abroad, and of course in our relations with our international partners. In other words, I want to give a higher profile to the Philippines through the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
Mr. Secretary, you expounded on your policy on the West Philippine Seas, and I just want to know what will you be doing to help the agriculture industry, especially fisheries in the West Philippine Seas, and at the same time, if it can be a source of gas and oil, which is very important to the Philippines.
Thank you, Madam Senator. Of course, we will be guided by the President's pronouncements. But of course, in terms of expanding, in protecting the West Philippine Sea, it's not only to defend our security, but also to ensure that we take advantage of the natural resources, which are, of course, abundant in the West Philippine Sea. And certainly there is a commitment for us to help our fishermen. Of course, it's not only Department of Foreign Affairs, but we will try and coordinate with the other agencies to ensure that our fishermen's livelihood is increased and maintained. Now, in our role here, we will talk with our partners to ensure that our fishermen can safely till their trade and their jobs. For example, with China, we have been talking with China even through the years to try and ensure that we have some form of fishery cooperation. And whenever our fishermen have been intimidated by anything, by any other foreign country, we have made approaches to ensure that our fishermen are not interrupted or prevented from attaining their livelihood. So definitely, we will ensure that we take advantage, especially our fishermen, of the various the abundant resources and the ability to maintain their livelihood in the South China Sea. Gas and oil, ma'am, is certainly also a priority. In fact, we have already signified our interest to China of entering into talks on how we can develop oil and gas. So I think, and in fact, we have had talks with China before, but they have not progressed. But we have still indicated. In fact, I even mentioned that to the Foreign Minister of China, and recent talks with another Chinese official who is here recently, that Philippines is open because to talks on oil and gas, because we think we need to see how we can develop those resources, which gas and oil, which especially nowadays are in sore need. And certainly the Philippines will need it not only for now, but for the long term.
Mr. Ambassador, if, for example, we are not able to make a deal with China with regards to gas and oil, what will we do?
Well, if we're talking about oil and gas in the South China Sea, for example, well, we will try and seek other partners, but so far we have not received any offers. It seems that China is the one who's mainly interested in dealing with us. So we are trying to catch on to that. As I said, we are interested, and we're just waiting for China now to make an approach to us. So I think at the moment we are focusing on China, because I think that perhaps might be the country which has the most interest at the moment in developing that area with us jointly.
Thank you.
Uh,
Senate President.
Yeah, Secretary, Chairman, if I may, just to pursue the point of Senator Villar. Secretary, I remember during the last administration, there was a move to jointly develop our oil and gas reserves in West Philippine Sea. And I say it's West Philippine Sea because I maintain that it is ours. As the President says, no square inch to be given to any other country. However, Your Honor, I heard in the last part or last stage of that negotiation, the leadership of China said, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, we can jointly explore these areas for oil and gas. However, the Philippines must agree to the law that they passed, claiming that all these maritime areas are under the jurisdiction of China. And we must adhere to the laws, the internal laws of China. In other words, papasok tayo dyan, bumubusina tayo, dahil kailangan natin sundan ang batas na ginawa nila na lahat ng area na to hindi na considered international waters under their local law, but these are waters internal to China. And I do not know if we agree to that, because definitely that will bring us back from the arbitral agreement that was won by our country almost a decade ago. So your thoughts on that, Secretary?
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Yes, you're completely correct. There were, though I was not personally involved, I had been involved in previous talks, but the last ones I was not. Kaya ang nangyari, there was actually no agreement. Kasi we could not accept the last proposal of China simply because if we would accepted even one of them, it would have contravened the Constitution of the Philippines and also the sovereignty of the Philippines. But ang feeling ko, China came back with us. I don't personally think they thought that we would accept it. That's why I think, so the talks ended, but at the same time, we're ready to have a fresh round. Pero if they come back with the same kind of proposals, it will be very difficult for us to accept because they would go against the Constitution. And we tried in our end, if I could say it, we insisted on application of Philippine law because West Philippine Sea is part of the Philippines, I mean, that area. So, ayaw rin nila. So actually, we're in that stage. But I'm thinking that perhaps maybe if we continue talking, we might find a way forward. But our hope is that whatever agreement is reached, we will not agree to anything which is inconsistent or against the Philippine Constitution. We can agree to any kind of terms or measures provided they are consistent and in accordance with the Philippine Constitution and Philippine laws.
Thank you very much, Secretary.
Another question. If, for example, they insist on developing that gas and oil without our consent, what will we do?
I think, ma'am, that might cause an incident. And I think, I hope China does not try it because it would not only have an effect on that area, but it would have political and foreign policy consequences. And and at any rate, I don't think China has ever suggested they would try because I think they know that may not only involve the Philippines, but certainly other countries. Okay.
Senator Grace po.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is this, since this is also in connection with the previous questions asked, we are always considering China as a partner in the joint exploration. I would like to know if there's been other interests from other countries, if not from the private sector, to do the exploration, not necessarily China. And if we agree to their terms, would it pose a delicate situation with China, for example? Are we, in a way, secretly bound by an agreement with China, and if it doesn't push through, then nothing will happen in the joint exploration?
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, as far as I know, in that area under consideration, I think some years ago, there was some interest expressed by Russia, as far as I know, but wala nangyari. So they kind of backed out. So actually, since I've been here, actually it's only China which has expressed interest, even on the commercial, even G2G. So we are certainly, that's why we are focusing on China. And I think China we've already had talks with China. They have great ideas on how to do it on the technical part. The only problem, again, is the legal applicable law. But they have really expressed the interest. As far as I know, it's only one country, Russia, but they backed off after a while. Tsaka it didn't seem serious. Now, I don't know in the future if another country or company will come in to express interest in those areas which are under service contract.
Going back now to your pronouncement that in the past, you've actually helped our fishermen, those who probably who were inconvenienced or who were stopped by other vessels from other countries. Can you give me an example of exactly what type of diplomacy you applied in order to help? And was it actually something that helped them? Were they able to pursue their fishing expeditions in those contested areas?
Thank you very much, ma'am. Well, I'd be very happy to maybe give a couple of incidents. Of course, but anyway, it's historical, so it's known. I can even cite the case of Scarborough Shoal. When President Duterte made his first visit to China, we initiated, the Department of Foreign Affairs, the foreign ministry consultations with China, and then we discussed the issue of Scarborough Shoal. This was at the time in 2016 when China was actually preventing the entrance. We talked with China, and I think there were our relations with China had improved from the previous administration before President Duterte. And we talked with China, and China agreed that they would move back and allow our fishermen to enter.
It stands now there.
And it's also consistent with the arbitral ruling, which opens that area to artisanal fishermen. Then I could cite another example because we also established the Department of Foreign Affairs with other agencies a bilateral consultation mechanism with China on the West Philippine Sea. That was established in 2017, I think, and it used to meet at least 2 times a year, pero tumigil nung nagka-COVID. So a couple of years, but we plan to get back. Now, in that bilateral consultation mechanism, we regularly discuss all the problems we have sa West Philippine Sea. And one of them was fishermen. And I remember there was an incident when there was a period when our fishermen complained that some Chinese private vessels were demanding their catch. And we instantly reported that to the Chinese in the mechanism, and they said they would look into it. And later, when they came back to us, they said that from their version, their ships, their men said that they were being offered the fish as gifts. So they accepted the gifts. But then, because of our complaint, they said they will now instruct their people not to accept the gifts. So I understand we didn't hear any more complaints, at least in that area, but that was about 3 or 4 years ago. So, but yes, we have taken every opportunity, every time an incident is reported to us, to tell China. We also do that regularly through the notes verbal, which we send regularly to them, and they reply. But we also have these mechanisms. We have this bilateral consultation mechanism, and also we will now again restore the foreign ministry consultations. So I intend to use that also as a forum to raise our whatever concerns we have on West Philippine Sea or whatever with China.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Po. Senator Amy Marcos recognized.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And at the risk of violating your human rights to have lunch, may I ask a few questions? Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, on July 22, you were harshly criticized by Luis Baroc Biraogo of the Manila Standard for your refusal to comment on the French Arbitration Court's ruling in favor of the heirs of the Sultanate of Sulu and awarding them the amount of 14.9 billion US dollars enforceable against Malaysian assets throughout the world. The writer accused you of being a weakling and that, in fact, your silence on the Philippine victory was an insult to the Filipino people. However, if I recall, you alleged that it was a private suit and that the heirs made a private claim that had little to do with the Philippine government. And that, in fact, the government should take a whole of government approach and issue a statement as a whole. Given that you are the Secretary of our Department of Foreign Affairs, let us now set the record straight. What actually is your stand on the Sabah issue? As Secretary, may we know if you intend to support and reaffirm the continuing act by the Republic of the Philippines following its predecessors in interest of recognizing the Sultanate of Sulu as a leading and unifying institution in the indigenous cultural communities of the Sulu archipelago in the territories of North Borneo.
Thank you very much. Well, on the last point, certainly we will abide by the continuing Philippine policy regarding Sabah. On the article which was mentioned, of course, that is an issue which, first of all, actually I was never asked about it. The second point was we have discussed it, and the Department of Foreign Affairs is coordinating with other agencies to really assess the nature of the and the implications of the issue. And I'm in touch with them, and our feeling is that this is an issue which involves legal, political aspects, so it's important the other agencies or departments in the government also give us their views. So when we, if we do or if issue a statement, we're pretty clear what the implications will be. And this is under active consideration still. And I think that once we get something, we of course will try and come up with a common let's say, common statement if needed.
So despite the failure to interview you personally, the gist of the article is correct, that in fact, there is still active consideration. I'm not a professional diplomat. I'm not aware what that really means. Sa madaling sabi, wala pa tayong stand tungkol sa Saba. Tama po ba yun?
Hindi sa Saba, kundi yung the claim, this case.
In the meantime, do you intend to assist and provide logistical support and other resources to the people of the indigenous cultural communities in the Sulu Archipelago, the territories in North Borneo? Are there any recommendations for legislation and further action, for example, for the Filipinos residing in those areas?
Well, we help them through our Philippine embassy in Malaysia and our consulates, and also other ways which we have been traditionally doing.
Yes, we hope that we could have a clearer cut answer and an explanation of the whole of government approach that you have alluded to. Is it correct, Mr. Secretary, that your appointment was issued on the 1st of July as announced in the media?
Yes, 1st of July.
This was 2 months ago, is that correct? Roundabout, because it's September 1 tomorrow.
2 months.
Yes. Forgive my utilizing the Commission on Appointments to extract foreign policy from you, but as chairman of the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, I have repeatedly requested for briefings to know your sentiments, positions regarding the ASEAN RCEP, for example, the Indo-Pacific Initiative, the Code of Conduct in the West Philippine Sea, as well as our positions regarding matters that have been raised with the ambassador to Washington, D.C., regarding the Mutual Defense Treaty, BFA 1 and 2, and EDCA. And yet, until today, I have not received any input from your department. Why has it taken so long? I know that you are busy, but so are we.
Well, thank you. Yes, I've been here 2 months. We have, Madam Senator, of course, tried our best to provide the information if requested. If I could just say, the other day when we had a hearing, unfortunately, there were other commitments, but it came at a time when of course, we had a cabinet meetings, and then I had to even come here. So the time was a little bit off. But let me assure you, there was no intention at all of trying to move away from the briefing. In fact, I've made it now a point in the department that the next time that we do have a briefing, we will give that the highest priority. It's just my regrets that we were unable to have the briefing the other day. I completely apologize for that, but it was really, honestly, completely beyond my control. But I would have definitely come had not these previous engagements been there. But certainly to assure the chairperson that we have every intention of cooperating with your committee. And in fact, I want us to have an open communication at all times. So even if we don't have any hearings, to please feel free to contact our department at a regular basis, and we'll provide whatever information we can to you and your committee.
Yes, sadly, I've suffered 3 postponements, and I have to apologize to my Senate President that until today, the Committee on Foreign Relations of the Senate cannot be organized because of the failure of the department to cooperate and participate in the same. Okay, I would like also to ask, there have been questions already posed regarding oil and gas in the South China Sea, the West Philippine Sea, as well as the issues of the fishery communities. If confirmed as the Secretary, what actions do you plan to take regarding defense? Yet another issue in the West Philippine Sea. Is there a Philippine strategic policy for defense in the West Philippine Sea, please?
Well, first, Madam Chair, when we speak of defense, we're speaking in a broad sense. Naturally, we're trying to build up our defensive situation, especially along the coast. And here, of course, it's the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Department of National Defense, Coast Guard, and other agencies involved. And essentially, the defense issues and those related to security are also discussed within the National Task Force of the West Philippine Sea, which is chaired by the National Security Agency. And here we discuss issues related to developments in West Philippine Sea of a security nature and efforts to see how we can provide an adequate defense. But from the case of the Department of Foreign Affairs, as I said, our defense or our strategy is, of course, we're guided by the rule that we should resolve all conflicts peacefully by the rule of law. But every opportunity that we have when we deal with China, whether it be verbally in a meeting, through writing, we always stress the need to resolve these conflicts peacefully. But at the same time, we urge and we're continuing to defend our areas, for example, where the Chinese have harassed us. For example, in Ayungin Shoal, where we have insisted on bringing entry and of supplies to that area despite occasional harassment from China. But that's how we're able to defend our territory there. But our goal here is to see how we can maintain our interests, but through peaceful means. We definitely are not in a position to enter into any kind of a armed clash or conflict with China. But at the same time, we also have our mutual defense treaty with the United States. We also have our relations, I think Ambassador Romualdez indicated that we also are very close allies of the United States. And in this sense, we are seeking to build up our defensive situation, not aimed at any country, but aimed at promoting the defense of the Philippines with the help of our treaty ally, the United States, as well as other partners, Japan and Australia and other countries in the region.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm happy to hear that there is some defense thinking going on. The National Security Group submitted their briefers, so has the DND. But I was quite alarmed because when I requested a briefer from the DFA, and they in fact briefed me, I was not entirely accurate. Yusek Lazaro and I think Raul Hernandez and others were then present. I requested a defense strategy briefer as well. To my horror, I was handed by your officials, by the Department of Foreign Affairs, a paper from the U.S. Department of Defense, a fact sheet for 2022 National Defense Strategy and other papers. I do not understand why this was handed to me and a Philippine strategy was not. To the best of my knowledge, we are a sovereign nation with an independent foreign policy. Why are we Xeroxing the defense strategy of other countries?
Thank you. Well, that's certainly an issue which I will have to look into, and I'll have to see why we sent that. But as you mentioned, Madam Sandra, of course, we did send some briefing papers, but certainly on that point you mentioned, I hope it was a mistake, but I will certainly take a look into why it was done and assure you it won't happen again.
You assure me, therefore, that we have our own. There is a Philippine defense strategy, such as this is, even assuming that we at all times uphold the rule of law, that we maintain peace and order, that we want good relations with all neighbors, and so on and so forth, according to our general principles. There is, nevertheless, some kind of defense strategy. Is that a promise?
Well, what I can say is that we are part of the National Task Force of the West Philippine Sea. And it's that actually that body which looks at issues such as the one that you were alluding to. But what I can certainly bring to their attention, so we are a member, shared by the National Security Council, is to look into that maybe preparing a definite defense strategy, because we do have strategies. Perhaps what we really need is that overarching strategic paper. And perhaps that's something that they could look at. But definitely there are, in terms of strategies, there, but something that maybe can only be developed in terms by the National Task Force, the West Philippine Sea. So that perhaps that will be perhaps one thing that we will raise at the next meeting of the task force.
Yes, I would have thought that was the most important mandate of that hardworking task force. Ipagpaumanhin po ninyo sa aking mga kasamahan dito sa komisyon, talagang awang-awa ako sa sarili ko eh. Kasi napakahina na natin sa West Philippine Sea, nangongopya pa tayo. Wag naman ganun. Yun lang. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Senator Marcos. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, considering that we have to convene the plenary session, we have to go through an executive session, due to lack of material time, Mr. Chair, I move that we suspend deliberation and consideration.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Senate President.
Before we do, Mr. Chairman, and I just really quick point, I would just like to reiterate the importance of being able to attend the committee hearing of the Committee on Foreign Affairs. We will stress that to all our colleagues in the executive, particularly the cabinet members, because the poor lady senator, the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, cannot even have her organizational meeting. We've already been done with all our other organizational meetings, I believe, from housing to transportation to defense, energy. Kayo na lang po ang kulang. I know, as you said, you're busy, but we're also very busy. And we're a co-equal branch of government. Remember that, sir, your honors. And so budget hearing is also coming soon. So we will be deliberating on how to defend your budget, but we cannot deliberate on how to defend your budget if you do not approach Congress and the Senate, if we don't know what your plans and programs are during these organizational meetings. So I'd like to put that on record, Your Honor, Secretary, and that's also a warning to all the secretaries. Please attend the hearings of Congress. It is very important and strategic in terms of budgets and programs and proposals of your departments. So thank you, Your Honors.
Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Senator President. Before we act on the motion of the Majority Leader,
Yeah, go ahead.
Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, before we act on the motion of the Majority Leader, I join with the manifestation of the Senate President and express my solidarity with my fellow woman senator in her manifestation. I certainly do, Mr. Chair. And as the Majority Leader said, dahil in the interest of time, there is that pending motion to suspend. If the Chair, however, will tell me that I was next in line, if I may request to be allowed to also pose questions to the good Secretary first or among the first in the next hearing. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Alan.
I asked to be last because I'd like to take up some things in the executive session. Having said that, Mr. Chair, if Senator Risa and the Majority Leader would allow, just 1 point on the passport and 1 point on the ATN today, just because it will affect people and OFWs in the next few days. If you can give me 2-3 minutes, if the lady senator and the Majority Leader would allow.
Certainly, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
Please proceed.
Yes. First of all, you know, the biblical principle here, di ba? Kung anong itatanim mo, yan ang aanihin mo. And I've been with Secretary Manalo. He was the secretary, acting secretary, before I became secretary of DFA and after. I've argued with him and I've worked with him closely. So I just want to testify sa professionalism niya. So if there are any problems, I hope, Secretary, you can work it out. There might be some miscommunications. But I do confirm, Senator Marcos, that I have argued with him. In fact, sa sidelines pa yun ng ASEAN, as in nagtataasan na kami ng boses. But I just want to testify, hindi nawalan ng professionalism, and it was just the passion towards the stand sa issues. Having said that, yung nangyari sa passports, I was surprised to hear that. But I'd like to say, I think most of this was done before you became secretary. When I left the DFA, 2 to 3 days to get an appointment, 5 to 7 days express delivery, 8 to 2 weeks to deliver the passport. The first thing we did, Secretary, is to take out the travel agents. They are being given 5,000 slots a day, and naglabi sa akin yung mga secretary ng tourism noon, at sinabi ko sa kanila, kung bibili ng ticket sa inyo sa travel agency at tutulungan nyo makakuha ng passport, okay lang. Binebenta nyo yung pagkuha ng passport Tina-charge nila ng 5,000 each. And after we exposed that, then lumapit na yung recruiter sa amin. May mga nagbebenta sa kanila ng 50,000 per person. So nung tinanong ko, ba't naman kayo magbabayad ng 50,000 per person? Sabi niya, sir, simple lang. Ang sweldo nung pinapadala namin doon, $2,000 to $3,000 per month. Yung pinakamaliit, 1,500. So kung 6 months sila hindi mapupunta doon, magkano mawawala sa kanila? So what's $1,000 na mauna na sila sa pila? So we discovered that in the booking system sa internet, no, by simply putting an e-payment, 1/3 na nagre-reserve nawawala. Kasi 1/3 na nagre-reserve, either ibebenta nila sa iba or pinupuno nila para nga magbayad ka. I forgot now if it was McDonald's or Jollibee near Asiana, was in fact payment points. And Mr. Secretary, let me bring to your attention, we do have special lanes for PWD para sa buntis, hindi lang sa senior. Kung tinanggal yon, please investigate. Why do I remember na may pang PWD? Because there was this lady being wheeled in and we allow kasi the PWD +1, taga-alalay sa kanya. And when the officer asked yung nagtutulak, bakit iba pangalan nyo sa passport, hindi pala sila magkakilala. Nag-offer lang siya na itulak at ipasok. Nung hinarap namin na paano mo inabangan, nagbayad daw siya dun sa restaurant at meron nag-usher sa kanya na taga-DFA para pumasok. We fixed all of that already. No? Ang problema, nagka-pandemic. But I was surprised when the majority leader said na meron na naman yung mga travel agencies. So obviously, Secretary, the pandemic was a real reason for the delay, but obviously mga dating gawe bumalik. So the first thing I hope that you look into is this, na bakit naman bibigyan ng special preference yon. Secondly, for the information of the body, yung namamahala kasi sa consular, pati sa finance, are all officers. No? So all of the officers, of course, being diplomats, they want to be posted. So I remember nung nangyari yung pandemic at nagtatanong ako sa passport, wala na kaming a single one na kilala doon. Kasi nga nagro-rotate sila and then nag-abroad. So this was a proposal back then and maybe you can push it this time. But hindi tayo maglagay ng director, assistant director na hindi officer, pero permanente sa consular at saka sa finance. So when I was secretary, no one wanted to handle the finance because nakakasuhan daw sila ng COA and then hindi sila basta't ma-confirm o makaalis. Ang problema, pagka bago ng bago, they have to relearn the ropes. And they are very, very good people in DFA. So these two things, Secretary, and hopefully nga itong sa travel agency, pakitignan ka agad. I don't really know why they should be given special preference. And again, dun sa mga tunay na travel agency, I don't mind din na tumulong sila kumuha ng passport. Pero kung binebenta nila, kahit hindi ka bumili ng ticket sa kanila, there's no reason for that whatsoever. No? Lastly, Mr. Secretary, before we left, may nag-present na after the renewal nung 10-year, you don't have to go to the consular anymore. You can take your picture of yourself, you take a picture of your passport, e-payment, i-mail na sa'yo yung passport mo. But this is after the renewal nung 10-year because on record na yung thumbprints and yung biometrics mo. Please look into this. No? Lastly, because of lack of time, no, we had 3 problems regarding helping OFWs when we started in the Duterte administration. First is the lack of funds. Second is the strict guidelines of the use of funds. And third was the speed or yung lack of speed, yung bagal sa pagtulong ng mga OFWs. We solved together the first one because President Duterte and now Secretary of Finance, then DBM Secretary Diokno, approved assistance to national from 400 million to 1 billion pesos. And then the legal assistance fund laughed from 100 million to 200 million pesos. So that one, Congress has been giving us yearly. So the second problem was the guidelines. Kasi yung guidelines, pag wala ka pang kaso, hindi ka pa pwede magka-abogado. So katulad, for example, in Saudi, kung nandun ka pa lang sa presinto, nandun yung labanan eh. So binago natin yung guidelines. So may problema, wala pang ang problema ang Pinoy. We have already lawyers on retainer, Secretary, correct? Yeah. So the third one was the speed. So during my time, ang rule namin ni Yusek Sara, 24 hours. So I had, it's either me or her or Yusek Joel sign, larga na. And we approve also standby funds so that the ambassadors can do that. Yusek Dulay had a different system. So inaabot sila ng minsan 1 or 2 weeks. I don't know how long it would take with you. I don't really care if you have 3, 5, 10 signatories, but is a 24-hour, that's my one question, Mr. Chairman. No? Can you work on a 24-hour timeline when may mag-request ng ambassador or ng assistant to national, you know, while sineset up pa yung Department for Migrant Workers, is a 24-hour period acceptable or doable?
Well, I think it is. Kasi apparently when I arrived, medyo nga wasn't quite clear kung sino nagsasign. But now what I've done is similar to you, my former boss, that I've given it back, the main signing to be done by the Undersecretary for Migrant Workers, like Yusek Sara. Maybe in really big requests, we probably will have to pass through my office. Just look, you know.
I agree, yes.
But for the standard, I think to speed it up, diretso na, the Undersecretary can already sign.
I stand corrected. There was a threshold amount that they can sign then 24 hours. But if it's something like 500,000 pesos, 2 million pesos, depende kung malaki yung problema. So, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop there just because overtime na po lahat and reserve an opportunity to ask afterwards. But if our colleagues would allow just a short executive session on a very sensitive issue regarding the DFA.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Congressman Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brief rejoinder lang po sa statement ni Senator Cayetano. May we request the good secretary, because in the provinces, it's a different thing. Unlike in Manila, you can get it in a week's time yung passport. But sa probinsya, if you want to expedite the processing, you pay 1,200. You'll get it in 2 to 3 weeks. But if you pay the regular fee of 1,200, that's 3 to 4 weeks. So yung point ko po, Mr. Chairman, is I know this is a long policy of DFA na merong regular processing at saka may expedite. But if we can do it na ma-expedite lahat, bakit magkakaroon pa ng distinction, Mr. Chairman? Just a brief rejoinder. Thank you.
You may want to respond, Secretary.
Yes, thank you. I will certainly we'll see how we can speed up as much as possible the thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we will act on the motion of the majority floor leader. There is a motion to suspend the consideration of the ad interim appointment of Mr. Luis Enrique Austria Manalo as Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
A second, Mr. Chair.
And is duly seconded by Senator Ejercito. Is there any objection? There being none, the Committee on Foreign Affairs hereby suspends the consideration of the ad interim appointment of Mr. Luis Enrique Austria Manalo as Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs for continuation at another date.
Session, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, please call the roll.
The honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, Virginel G. Biron, Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Francis Chis G. Escudero, Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Albert S. Garcia, Greg G. Gasataya, Christopher Bongo, Ramon N. Guico Jr., Risa Ontiveros, Lauren Legarda, Oscar Oka G. Malapitan, Rodante D. Marcoleta, Aimee R. Marcos, Lani Mercado Revilla, Jose Gay G. Padiernos, Johnny T. Pimentel, Grace Poe, Jurdin Jose Jesus Maria M. Romualdo, Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villaferte Jr., Cynthia A. Villar. The chair is present.
Senator Bong, you counted Senator Bong. With 23 members present in person and 1 member online, total of 24 members present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move to dispense with the reading of the journal of the plenary session held on August 23, 2022, and consider the same as approved.
Is there an objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader? If none, the journal of the plenary session held on August 23, 2022 is hereby approved.
Mr. Chair, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the nomination of 2 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs.
There is a motion of the Majority Leader to proceed with the nominations or the consideration of these 2 ambassadors. There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of San Juan, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, is introduced.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the Commission on Appointments, this representation as chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs presided over this morning the very first public hearing of the Commission this 19th Congress to consider and deliberate on the nomination of Mr. Antonio Manuel Revilla Lagdameo as permanent representative of the Republic of the Philippines to the United Nations, New York, USA, with the salary and emoluments of Chief of Mission Class 1. Your committee, after deliberation during the public hearing, determined he is fit and qualified and ruled to recommend his nomination to the plenary for the consent of this august body. Mr. Antonio Manuel Revilla Lagdameo comes from a family of entrepreneurs and professionals. His late father, Ernesto Sr., an industrialist, served as our former ambassador to the United States during the administration of President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. The nominee served in various high-ranking capacities in the private sector before becoming chairman of the Philippine Racing Commission in 1994. He then worked in the Foreign Service for 16 years, beginning with his appointment as our ambassador, United Mexican States, ambassador to the Kingdom of Spain, and ambassador to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Foremost in his numerous notable accomplishments and achievements as a diplomat He earned the distinction of being the first Filipino and ASEAN envoy to be elected president of the International Maritime Organization Assembly, the first Filipino to hold the position in IMO's highest governing body in its 73-year history. He is hailed as a generous and understanding boss, a conscientious and methodical diplomat, and a staunch advocate of Philippine arts and culture. He is a devoted family man and a proud father of 7 children, including our former colleague in Congress and in the Commission of Appointments, former 3-term Davao del Norte Representative Antonio Anton Lagdameo Jr., who is currently the Special Assistant to the President. Mr. Chairman and distinguished colleagues, I am honored to recommend that this body give its consent on the nomination of Ambassador Antonio Manuel Revilla Lagdameo as permanent representative of the Republic of the Philippines to the United Nations, New York, United States of America, with the salary and emoluments of a Chief of Mission Class 1. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any who will second the motion? Senator Grace Poe seconds the motion together with Senator J.V. Ejercito, as well as Senator Tolentino, Senator Senator Lauren Legarda, and Senator Monsingwico. Almost everybody, without objection, Your Honors. Therefore, hearing no objection, the Commission hereby gives its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Antonio Manuel Revilla Lagdameo as permanent representative of the Republic of the Philippines to the United Nations, New York, United States of America, with the salary and emoluments of Chief Mission Class 1. Congratulations, sir. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, may we recognize Senator Grace Poe for a manifestation?
Mr. President, Ambassador Lagdameo's almost 2 decades in foreign service is exactly what we need to navigate the ever-changing landscape in the United Nations. I'm confident that his experience as ambassador to the United Kingdom of Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Spain, United Mexican States, Republic of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Panama all shaped him to be a great envoy to the upcoming UN General Assembly session. His election as president of the 32nd International Maritime Organization is a vote of confidence of the states he's been working in. It was the first time that the Philippines was picked to head the highest governing body of the United Nations specialized agency that ensures the safety and security of shipping and prevents marine and atmospheric pollution by ships. His competence is indeed an asset here and abroad. Ambassador Lagdameo's acquired knowledge and extensive work experience in the Foreign Service is an advantage as we promote our foreign policy with other nations. Personally, he's a most unassuming, humble, friendly, and charming diplomat. And he's also taken care of a lot of our kababayans in the UK. And even when we had our official visit there, he was very gracious and a kind host to us, and we are grateful. It is thus my honor to support the confirmation of Ambassador Lagdameo as permanent representative to the United Nations. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Senator J.V. Ejercito would like to do a manifestation.
Mr. Chairman, fellow members of the Commission Appointments, good afternoon. It's an honor and privilege to express my support for confirmation of Ambassador Antonio Manuel Lagdameo as permanent representative of the Republic of the Philippines to the United Nations, New York, United States of America. The appointee has served his country in the best way he can. His track record in government service reflects his deep commitment to serve the people. 16 long years in foreign service tells a story of a man who painstakingly represented the interests of the Philippines in the international community and protected the welfare of fellow Filipinos worldwide. To his family and friends, he is Tonet, a cheerful person, a devoted, loving family man to his wife and children. Imagine having a son like Anton Lagdameo. He is really, indeed, a great father because he raised him very well. His greatness, discipline, and humility are reflected in the lives of his children. They are an esteemed family of public servants, successful businessmen and women, and professionals. There's so much to say about the accomplishments of the appointee, but I would like to end by saluting this remarkable person who unconditionally and exceptionally served this country with pride. So I also second the nomination and confirmation of Ambassador Lagdameo. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Harrison.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, be again recognized.
Distinguished colleague from San Juan, Senator Estrada, you recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the Commission on Appointments, this representation as chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs presided over this morning a public hearing to deliberate on the nomination of Mr. Jose Manuel del Gallego Romualdez as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the United States of America, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Commonwealth of Jamaica, Republic of Haiti, Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Dominica, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and Grenadines, and St. Lucia, with the salary and emoluments of a Chief of Mission Class 1. Your committee, after deliberation, determined that he is fit and qualified and ruled to recommend his nomination to the plenary for the consent of this august body. Ambassador Babes needs no elaborate introduction as he is well known, except that he was schooled by the Jesuits in grade school and high school, but went to LaSalle for his college education. Having second thoughts. Ambassador Romualdez is a media practitioner and a businessman, but his involvement and dedication in the diplomatic service has been more profound since 1989, when he coordinated the media group for the official visit of Vice President Salvador H. Laurel in Washington, D.C., New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. He served in various capacities, either as envoy or as a member of the official business delegations during the official visits of Presidents Fidel Ramos, Joseph Estrada, and Noynoy Aquino. Ambassador Romualdez was appointed by President Rodrigo Duterte to the USA in July 2017 and serves at this post, and once again nominated by President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. to serve at the same position as the Philippines Ambassador to the United States of America. Notable among Ambassador Romualdez's accomplishments, besides the recognitions and accolades that he received, he was conferred the Order of Sikatuna with the rank of Datu, Grand Cross Gold Distinction by President Duterte. He received the Order of Sikatuna in recognition of his meritorious contributions to the strengthening of the long-standing comprehensive ties between the Philippines and the United States, for his steadfast efforts to further deepen Philippines-U.S. alliance, for promoting trade and investment, and for his laudable initiative in the procurement of 20 million doses of Moderna COVID-19 vaccines. Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, your Committee on Foreign Affairs recommends to the Commission and Bank of the 19th Congress to give its consent to the nomination of Mr. Jose Manuel del Gallego Romualdez to the rank, position, and post to which he was nominated. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Before I act on the nomination, are there other members who wish to second the nomination with a manifestation? Majority Leader, would you? We have all
Chair, may
members
we
of-
recognize Senator Grace Poe?
Senator Grace Poe, you recognized.
Mr. President, Ambassador Romualdez's excellent work and tireless effort in strengthening the long-standing and thriving ties between the Philippines and the U.S. is manifested especially by him having received the award of the U.S.-Philippine Society with the Carlos P. Romulo Award for Superior Diplomatic Service and for being a tireless and effective advocate for deepening strategic and economic engagement between the Philippines and the United States. Ambassador Romualdez served at a very sensitive time in our history because of certain controversial pronouncements and issues we've had with the United States, and yet he was able to maintain a friendly relationship and diplomacy with the US. I'm sure it wasn't easy weathering certain statements that had been made against the US at the time, but a lot of our agreements with the US have continued. In fact, even with the visiting forces agreement, that was a challenge during that time to pursue. Mr. President, the length of his qualifications is as long as his official title. As an ambassador to the United States, his performance has been excellent, that he will serve in this capacity not once but twice. Thank you. And I would also like to say to the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, I think that with the experience of being educated by both the Jesuits and the La Salle brothers is actually an advantage because he can deal with two different mindsets and still have an harmonious relationship with different camps. So I second that nomination, Mr. President.
He can deal with both Senator Dick Gordon and Senator Ralph Recto. Next, Senator J.V. Ercito, you recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Likewise, I've been educated by the Jesuits and the Lasallian brothers. So I highly support the confirmation of Ambassador Babes Romualdez, who has really served this country very well with dignity, with honor, and with dedication. So that's all, Mr. Chairman. I fully support the confirmation and appointment of Ambassador Romualdez.
Thank you, sir. Any more who raised their hands? I saw Congressman Romualdo. Okay. How about Senator Tolentino? You raised your hand earlier. If there are no other members who wish to manifest, hearing no objection to the motion of our distinguished chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, the commission hereby gives its consent and nomination to a very competent, as I mentioned earlier, very qualified ambassador, Mr. Jose Manuel del Gallego Romualdez, as Ambassador Extraordinary Plenipotentiary to the United States of America with concurrent jurisdiction over the Commonwealth of Jamaica, Republic of Haiti, Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua, Barbuda, Bahamas, Barbados, Dominica, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and Grenadines, and St. Lucia, with the salary and emoluments of Chief of Missions, Class 1. Congratulations, Ambassador. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn.
And before we adjourn, Majority Leader, we'd like to ask our distinguished ambassadors to come on, stay on the podium together with the rest of our colleagues. There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Leader, this session is hereby adjourned.